Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's fervent Clubbian.
Is that correct?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Good morning, good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you all here. Good morning. Come on in. Kick back, taking it easy.
All rise. The court is now in session.
There we go.
Judge Newman presiding.
I wish. No Judge Newman, unfortunately. So, good morning. Happy Friday to you. Welcome. This camera angle is just terrible. Hear ye. All right. Good morning. Happy Friday. Judy M. Thanks for unlocking the doors to 80s. Thank you very much. Here we go. Chat on screen. Purple Coconut, congratulations. First in chat today. Congratulations. Yes. Council always wants to see what sidebar. I would be okay if next trial there wasn't a sidebar. They're like, we just don't have one. The judge is like, I would let you approach, but there's nowhere to approach to. We don't have a sidebar. We don't. So next trial, maybe fingers crossed for that. Everything's gonna be like, just yell out your objection from there, sir, so we can all hear. That'd be great. No more sidebars. Good morning, Purple Coconut. First in chat today, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership for your promptness. Yes, we're going to punish you for a good deed. No good deed goes unpunished around here, and we're going to punish you by making you the owner of everything IP related, meaning internet protocol. If it talks on the internet via Wi-Fi or a Ethernet cable, or maybe even through cellular, 5G, 4G, 3G, depends where you are, LTE, you're pretty much, if it has a problem, it's your problem, is what it is, Purple Coconut. So congratulations on that one. Good on you, right? And just make it work for the rest of us. Kelly H. gifted a membership this morning. Thank you very much, Kelly. I'm holding a banana chip like I'm about to eat it, but I'm not because I have to talk right now. Sidebars are kind of like mod chat, and nobody knows what goes on there. It's a lot of fun. I say that as if I read it, which I regularly don't. All right, Purple Coconut just owning up to ownership. Purple Coconut, not sure if you know, it sounds like you're the type that might be interested in this. We do have on our shopping page, if you go to the YouTube channel, go to the shopping tab, and you scroll around for long enough, if you dig through the bins of old merch and stickers, you're going to find that there is, in fact, a certificate, a digital certificate you can download for the low fine of 50 cents. Those 50 cents go straight to YouTube. I make not a penny on it. Not a penny. It's just the cost of delivery, apparently. But yes, those 50 cents will get you your own internet ownership certificate suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet on your CV. But it will commemorate this very occasion where you, in fact, did own the internet. And it's already pre-signed by myself and my boss, Mrs. R.A. And all you have to do is fill in the blank with your name, and it will be complete. So help yourself to that now that you qualify. All right. Good morning. I'm not sure if we have any birthdays this morning, but we probably do. I'm thinking there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. I want this banana. You guys are going to have to wait. I want to eat this banana chip. That is good. Breakfast of Champions. So good. Filled out form. Can anyone help? The Discord group or the Facebook group? Not sure which it is. You said Discord. I can't help with Discord. But I've got this, unlike Brennan. All right, there we go. We're in good hands. What could possibly go wrong? We have some birthdays to celebrate. Let's see. Amber says we have Tara, who's Yogi Kaz. Leanne Kimmy Scent. Leanne Kimmy Scent Bunny? Is that all one word? Is it Leanne, Kimmy, and Scent Bunny? Oh, Josh. Josh makes sense of everything. We've got Scent Bunny, Kay, Tara, Leanne, Kimmy, and Amy Dillman. Where's Yogi? Okay, we need one more. Okay, Amber and Josh, can you guys fight it out and see if we can get all the names in one list? All right. Oh, super chat from Weebug. Weebug, hello. Says, so proud of my son, Ethan. Congratulations, Ethan. Weebug's proud of you. He's worked as an apprentice for years while going to school and graduates a journeyman electrician tomorrow. This is great news, both for Ethan and for Weebug, because those guys make bank. Weebug, no concerns financially going forward. Your son has got you covered. And that's the way it should be. Congratulations, Ethan, and cover Weebug. Congratulations. That is really cool. That's really, really cool. No kidding. They make bank. All right. Let's see. Yogi is Tara boss. That's not like Yoga is Tara's boss. Kay Cutie says, good morning, Kay. Not sure if you're my sister or not, but I have a sister, Kay, with a birthday today. We'll add Kay to the list, too. She's calling you. What's she calling me? Debbie? Amber's calling me? She's got a job to do. I need the birthdays all on one list. Stonehouse says, I would love an RI sweater. I didn't even know you sold them. I just found your page. Now that it's summertime, the sweaters are available. That's great news for y'all. We have a couple. Please shout out Jeff's wife. Jeff's wife. Think everyone would love to have her shouted out. So, well, Jeff Lagoy, hold on. Let me see if we can do it properly. Back up. Her name is Vanessa. Okay, we're getting the story in reverse. This is like when you open up a book at the library to see how it ends. You start at the back and you just eventually just read the whole thing backwards. Please shout out my wife. Graduated with her master's degree today in social work. That is awesome. Congratulations to Vanessa. Master's degree in social work. Amazing. They don't give those things away. That takes work when you got that master's degree. That is awesome. Jeff, thanks for supporting your wife. Congratulations, Vanessa, in achieving that amazing goal. A lot of people quit before they get there. A lot of people go, associates and they're done. Bachelors and they're done. No, you went all the way to the master's. Congratulations. Amber, thank you very much. Okay, this is our final offer. Kay, Tara. I think Yogi Kaz is Tara. Leanne, Kimmy Scent Bunny, and Amy D. Did I get that right, Amber? We have to do these birthdays here before court starts because it is going to start eventually. Okay. I think that's the final go. Kay, Tara, Leanne, Kimmy, Scent Bunny. Hey, Amber, don't at me here. I'm reading what you put on the screen. I'm just trying to figure it out. Oh my goodness. I'm just giving her a hard time. Amber's like, I quit. There's a song for that. We'll play that in just a minute. All right, I'm going to sing it the way I think it's supposed to be sung. If I accidentally combine your name with somebody else's, believe me, it is not my fault. You can blame Amber for that one. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing to Kay, Tara, Leanne, Kimmy, Scent Bunny, and Amy D. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kate, Tara, Leanne, Kimmy, Sent Money, and Amy T. Happy birthday to you. Did I miss anybody? Or let me correct myself. Did Amber miss anybody with that list? Amber's like, it's a good thing I like you. Oh, we've got another verse coming up. We need to add Sandra and Scarlett. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Sandra, Scarlett, and Grey Wolf, 67 tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. There we go. Now I feel pretty confident, like I'm up above 80%. That we got all the birthdays today. Happy birthday. Creative B, nice high kicks. She definitely stretched this morning, you can tell. They're just going a little higher, a little more crisp than regular. Nika, I wish I had control over this, but I do not. Not unfortunately. Happy birthday to everyone who celebrated my birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can make a day a little more special by giving you free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. And McDonald's, I think. Big drum solo for the finish coming up here. Everyone help me with that if you would. Got to go full screen for this one. You can slow that down to like 1 frame per second. I nailed every single one of those beats. I was on it. I'm pretty much like a professional drummer now. For the record, if you go back and check my first list, it was correct. We put on the screen. What about the ads? Huh? Oh, Josh said I got it the first time. Josh, you did. I was just giving Amber a hard time, and I missed yours. Sorry.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Yes, even Judge Fleischer weighing in on the birthday wish. Where can I submit my design for Little Man in the Corner Speedos for summer release? I think those they go straight to Speedo. They were looking for like a new, like there was a submit your entry for like the flagship swimsuit for the summer for the whole company. I think that's where it would go. Little Man in the Corner Speedos. Where you put the little man in the, never mind. We'll have to talk about the actual design and placement of things because I think that's key to making it work. Greeters is going for a timeout early in the morning, possibly the earliest timeout of anyone. But did it have any damage from the tornado lesson? What? There was a tornado last night? I slept through it. Where? Where was the tornado? And just like that, Amber timed out Greeners for 60 seconds. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say who did it. Someone timed out Greeners for 60 seconds. All right, Tom, we are going to go to court here because we've got a super close-up. This is the closest I've ever been to the OnlyFan. I feel like I have to duck every time the blade comes around. I'm like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. We're that close. It was confirmed in Little Washington. Oh, great, half an hour away. And sadly, I hope there's not a lot of damage there. We do have some friends over in that area. Little Washington is an older area generally, but the waterfront is great. It's got a beautiful waterfront. If you don't look at the water, but the buildings along the waterfront are beautiful. Good little walkway up and down there. All right. 60 seconds went by quickly. Clocks drift. Greeners, it's good to have you here. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Didn't know we even had a tornado. I didn't know it rained. What did I do last night? Oh, we didn't have a podcast last night. We got for the update on the sand project. My buddy who helped us with the Airbnb, the construction, got 5 tons of sand. And we shoveled it, one shovel at a time, into wheelbarrows and dumped the wheelbarrows and then spread it. And we laid out a little patio area, a little outdoor, little relaxation patio area. Once it settles perfectly and we water it in and everything, it's gonna put some pavers out there and all that, and they're gonna have a little fire pit. And so it was awesome. And by the way, I showed up, and I was thinking we were gonna have just a couple people. There were like 12 guys and a whole bunch of teenagers and neighbors and everything. You almost got me. With that one. All right. Need to highlight Rand K. last comment. If you can please pray for my mom for an easy transition. Oh, she's getting sedated soon. Heartbroken. She won't suffer anymore. Rianne, I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing a very difficult time. So please, if you can put some thoughts up or prayers up for Rianne K's mom, that would be, and Rianne as well, would be most appreciated. Let me tell you where we are on the trial. Well, we're moving right along on the trial now, and the Commonwealth is reaching the end of their case. By that we mean we've only got a few more days that we expect of testimony from the Commonwealth in the prosecution, and then it'll go on to defense. I don't know if we do the math here. We're on day 17, so we're 4 weeks in, right? We're over halfway through, I think. But they're going to call the new crash witness, it sounds like. Remember to acknowledge the stream. Thank you for all the acknowledgments. I see it's listed in the like category right now. YouTube's going to get that fixed to just change that to say acknowledged. But let's see. Feed is dark. Did anyone notice Bev completely ignoring Alessi at the end of the day yesterday? She wanted to be done. Okay. Kelly, thank you very much. I appreciate the sentiment.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here. Day
17, 4 weeks in. How do we know how? Here's what they haven't done, Deb. They haven't explained the impact and how it happened and how he ended up there and how they know it happened. They're basically just saying, we have taillight, and John's dead. We have taillight. I think there needs to be more. Added a huge cat box. Where? What's the cat box for? Motion to get a sound bit with the acknowledgement. Oh man, I'm not sure if I can listen to Mr. Buchanan. We had him for.
I was told council wanted to see me inside back.
Yes, they do. We had Buchanan for 3 or 4 days.
Bring the jury.
You play that hear ye bit, and I run back into room expecting court, says Kate. Yesterday was indeed wild, Kazap, 100%. Yeah, taillight, and she's the guy.
What more do you need to see?
That's it. That's all you need. The sand is a cat box. Oh, yes, but they have a German Shepherd. I believe it was I think it's a retired police dog. German Shepherd. His name is Jax, And Jax likes what it's called a Korg. It's like a little ball that it's got 3 little bulbs on it. Each one gets smaller. There's a hole in the middle. It's a chew toy. Jax likes the red one. There's a red one and a black one. They're identical other than that. He only likes the red one. And I wrestled with him to get the Kong toy. That's it. I wrestled with him trying to get that out of his mouth. And he just looked at me. He's like, "You really want to do this?" That was the look I got. "You really want to do this?" You can't get that from him. He looks at you like, "See how hard I'm biting this toy? This could be your arm." I'm like, "All right, you can keep it." So, but then he'll put it down. He'll walk over to you, and he won't like doing it. He'll just sort of walk over and he'll like set it down by your feet and sort of walk away like, "Oh, it was my idea. Now throw it." And then he wants to do it. Can we do a test bite with Jax? I was thinking about that. No, because he destroyed that Kong toy while we were there. And apparently he goes through them pretty quickly, like in a matter of weeks. And the Kong toy is supposed to be like durable. He ripped it almost in half. Wonder if he knows Chloe. Jax has one floppy ear, which is sort of rare on a German Shepherd, I think. Yeah, Judy, the Kong toy is like, it's King Kong. Think of like the big, it's indestructible. But here we go. We've got motion. I was told counsel wants to see me a sidebar.
Unmuted.
Let's see.
Thank you. So I need to see counsel at sidebar, please.
All right, this was her idea, apparently.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Why doesn't everyone just show up and just wait by our bench and save some time? We could have saved like about a day and a half by all the lawyers just every morning just standing by the judge's bench. Stephanie says, "Wait, didn't we just do this?" She flipped the script. Thank you for not making the soundbite of "You are unmuted."
I don't like podiums.
I don't like podiums either. I never know what is real or if the video goes along with it, and I'm not running the replay machine, which I'm going to fire up today. We'll have replays again today because we're not running. I don't think we have anything from Brian Koberger. I think the hearing's done. I don't think we have anything from Brian Koberger today. Although there is some news out of Koberger's camp. Wow. You know
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
You know the Dateline thing about BK? Apparently Dateline had a little information, something about the knife or the Amazon purchase that was not supposed to be out to the public. And the judge is mad. When I said he was going to look into a special prosecutor, special investigator with subpoena powers and everything, they're trying to find where the leak is in law enforcement because somebody told something to Dateline that they shouldn't have, and the judge is not having any of it. So they're on a mole hunt in the in the BK case. So that's going to be exciting to follow through. If we had a drinking game with water to match her bars, I'd be 40 pounds lighter. This court is my drinking game, but I drink only Deer Park water, almost exclusively. Occasionally, I do drink some Mountain Dew, but I go through 6 of these a day. So 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. Let's see. The only toy I found durable was a bowling ball, and my dog loved it, says Texas Brand. Yeah, you need something pretty solid for a dog to... That dog just... Its jaws just go. I have a Czechoslovak wolf dog, and there is no toy which held his touch. We have an Insta and are getting toys from companies from all around the world. None held up. Okay, this is hilarious. First of all, that your dog has a channel is awesome. I love it. And that companies are vying for the #1 spot as being the most durable toy for your dog. Your dog is winning. Okay, this is like the free money glitch in life, but for a dog version, it's dog toys. That is awesome. All right. Who mods for your dog, says Greeters.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Deb D, Tuesday I had a root canal drilled out and post put in with a new temp crown. How long till it starts to feel? Ooh. It should feel better already. Because the way a root canal works is they're taking the nerves out of the tooth roots. So unless there was some work, I don't know. Every time I've had a root canal, which I used to do on a regular basis, it was like instant relief for me. Okay, here's Amber. Good morning, Amber. How are you doing?
Good morning, boss. How are you?
Well, I was just looking over your review paperwork and had a few things I probably need to talk to you about.
I got a ton to talk to you about. Maybe I'll just send Mrs. RA an email.
There's no need to go extreme.
I'm going to the escalations department.
No.
I would handle those escalations anyway, so I guess I'm screwed.
Yep.
Real quick, I wanted to, because I don't have a way to type this at the moment into chat. Whoever is having the dental issue, clove oil is your best friend for anything dental related. I will caution everybody that I'm not a doctor. However, I have gone through a lot of reconstructive surgery for my mouth after, that really horrible accident I had at 3 years old. So I've had a lot of mouth work done. Helpful tip for everybody. Any mouth pain, please don't get Oragel. It don't work. And that's correct. Whoever just said don't swallow the clove oil. You're not swallowing the clove oil. You're dabbing it on where it sits. Back up. Rewind. When you have teeth pulled and they need packed for dry sockets, they soak gauze in clove oil and pack it. It's a natural dental pain reliever, I guess is what we can call it. But anytime anybody has any mouth pain, you're going to soak a Q-tip with some clove oil and just let it sit there for a minute. It'll be all better.
We've got a special pinned message, medical advice by Amber happening right now.
Well, my mom came up with an acronym a couple years ago, and instead of WWJD, it was WW it was D, was it DWAD? Mom's gonna have to help me maybe. But
Mom,
it was doctor without a degree.
Quick,
it was doctor without a degree. So what would Amber do? She's got the doctor without the degree.
So take this advice at your own peril. But Amber says she knows what she's talking about, so you got that. Amber.
Yeah, and of course, check with your dentist.
Yeah.
But clove oil is super safe for dental pain.
Not for human consumption. Don't drink it.
Just don't swallow it.
Don't drink it. It's like mouthwash, right? It's not for drinking.
I mean, if you take a whole swig of clove oil, I feel sorry for you.
Yep. Amber, thank you for calling. Appreciate the advice. We do have your own exit music for when you're done.
Hey, Anna Marie S says Amber is absolutely correct. Been in for 35 years.
Yeah.
And I'm taking a screenshot of that, so I have it, and it's going on.
All right.
It's going on the best moments.
There's a song playing. You can't hear it.
I can.
Okay. Good.
Spell it out in paper clips just to make you look up. Maybe slip it in an email with a funny gif attached. Or sing it in the break room with the guitar I've stashed. Oh, I've had enough, boss. It's time for me to go. Find a new adventure where the wildflowers grow. I've had enough, boss. Gotta hit that open road.
Hit the high note,
so
too.
many ways to tell you, but the message is still no.
All right, just a little. We'll stop. We're not going to play the whole thing. That was Amber's song. I've had enough, boss. She wants to quit. So we did write that for her. If you'd like to play that song or one of our many others that we've made public through Suno, there's a link. There's a link to our songs there, and you can hear that one and many others. But we are in court, but we're at sidebar. Where did we end yesterday? The judge had a talking to everybody, right? We've got the Commonwealth who's mad and saying, hey, they shouldn't be allowed to, we still don't want ARCA to come in, right? You've got the defense who's saying that they just changed their timeline by 30 some odd seconds. That changes everything. And the judge is trying to sort everything out and figure it out. She did get a lot of information yesterday, said, that's what I needed to know. Thanks. See you guys. Bye. And she left. So we anticipate that she's made a decision of some nature this morning regarding those facts because it's time. She doesn't have additional time. The order the witnesses go in with the expert witnesses, one builds on the other. So it has to happen in this order. And she's making a ruling. Now, I realize that she's not a big fan of the defense and the things the defense have done. As a matter of fact, she has found against the defense and said they've intentionally delayed and sort of dragged their feet and not provided information to the Commonwealth, what they were supposed to turn over. And she's ruled that way already. But she's also very mindful of Karen Reid's right to a fair trial. And she's very cautious with any what's it called? Not punishment, punishment, penalty, another word for that's in the legal term. Not appeal. I'm waiting for chat to catch up and tell me what it is. Ruling. Sanction. Sanction's the word. Sanction. Nico, you got it. It's sanctions. And then everyone else got it. She's very cautious with the sanctions to make sure that any sanction doesn't infringe on that right. Nina, Nana, Linda, member for 27 months, OG. Good morning. Hoping for a spicy Friday. Thank you very much. Nina, Nana, 27 months.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
That was the best one yet.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reid.
Good morning, Judge.
So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk. Don't make any facial expressions. No muttering under your breath. No audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything.
What?
Out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
Heck, why don't we just turn the heat up? Let's make the jurors uncomfortable now that we've called one of them out by name, practically.
Thank you.
We're making
Yes.
faces.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant, in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The 2 Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you.
And
Whoa.
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay. Paul.
Pantuflay.
Hold on 1 second, please. I just want that.
Stop laughing at the solo cups, right?
Can the jurors hear better with that on?
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
So we need this marked.
Yes. We have the item.
Exhibit 169.
Mr. Lally, you're next up.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Morning. Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist, too, in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Slow down.
Just breathe.
Sorry.
Breathe, sir. Breathe.
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a Forensic Scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a Forensic Scientist 1?
Sure. So a Forensic Scientist 1 is a trainee position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a Forensic Scientist 2.
And so you're currently a Forensic Scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a Forensic Scientist 1 and a Forensic Scientist 2?
So a Forensic Scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and no samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
It's an acronym within an acronym.
Slow down, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those 2 reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor, and the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case, where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have 2 copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
They make you memorize that at day 1 of DNA
And
school.
is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the third step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the fourth and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So, for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
What if you swabbed a tissue inside the box?
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Is that a grandchild?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use, and that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or a forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do, conversely, in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection, and then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the third step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number, and the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detail as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not object.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684.
That's the one.
Right, so, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
That's what I meant.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, I'm so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir,
the court recorder just
what
touches
does that
him
mean?
on the shoulder.
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodie Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yes, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight, and the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with a term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have two copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodie Technologies, in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodie.
Now, what testing did you perform
Even the
on
shaft,
the hair?
huh?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA, so there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those jeans belong
to? John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same jeans as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B, on the upper right leg of the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, And again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the jeans, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
Jury's taking notes.
Just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
We're almost done.
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Wow.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yannetti. Ask about the solo cups. Ask about the controls and measures to take to
Good morning,
prevent
sir.
cross-contamination.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report.
Let me check my other report.
For taillight, there was another item that was item 3-3.1, which is sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included into the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's jeans, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors?
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean stain D?
Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile, and how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And
correct.
with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his jeans, who contributed the DNA to the who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the jeans, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the jeans?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the jeans, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the jeans?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes?
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this any more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So, consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors, so it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
Oh, sorry.
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
The jury was paying attention during most of that. One juror was yawning during Yannetti's cross. But very conversational style is what was reported.
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case?
I did.
And you are directed, pursuant to protocol, to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Why is that not?
Yes.
Why could he not get to what did you do with your report? I don't know why that one's sustained.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's a sample from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion, sir?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report. There's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange T-shirt and gray long-sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange T-shirt and the gray long-sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustained.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay. You all set, Mr. Unity?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank you.
Very much. Who is the next witness?
It's the first time I've ever seen a tie that doesn't get narrower on one end. Sorry, I talked over the next witness. My bad.
Jim.
Okay, we need a break from the tech stuff, please. That would be all right.
Promise the evidence give the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Morning. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lee.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Vallier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
I like her.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an and expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So there's trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how is that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times, and then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
It's going to be glass, plastic.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat-sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
We wipe it.
Before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
A stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
With handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how were each of those items packaged when you received them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times, when you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The questioned items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May I?
Do you have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Okay. Is there any objection, Mr. Nady, to using the report?
No objection at all.
No objection
So
at
feel
all.
free to use it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13,
7-11.
7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you labeled those, specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item, so I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
She keeps saying road. I think that's an assumption on her part.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, those quotes I've shown Mr. Yannetti all in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them, Mr. Nady?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so
Ashley
why don't we
makes
just go
10,000
and
piece
mark
puzzles
them all
in her
as
sleep.
evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Ms. Flair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
It sounds like a really fun job.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
And again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are covered. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all covered. Right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
It's all coming in.
All right.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. If you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way I'm showing you two more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you're fine, it's Mr. Lowry.
Yes. Okay.
You're fine. It's Mr. Lowry.
Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
See, that's why she thinks it's recovered from the road. 34 Fairview Road is the address, and she's thinking it's the location. I mean, that's what was found on the
Commission
road.
may publish some of those
Yes.
photos to the jury. Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Lair, what's up on the screen, that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are those same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
I want to spend a lot of time going over these numbers and matching them up with who found them where.
We'll need two more photographs.
Or, actually, I want someone else to do it, and then I want the results. This is a lot of work.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
And that's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Colonel Como will proceed to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Okay. 172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921,
I didn't whisper that.
and then photograph
Somebody did.
1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, you review those? Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Call will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Covered from
Your
34
Honor, with the court's
Fairview
permission,
Road.
if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
You have a live subscriber count going on in the corner.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931
17 more to 65,000.
and then 1934.
Most of you are all subscribers, though, so it's hard to get more.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could
To bring a friend.
zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lair, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7-? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
There is a piece off on the left, that clear plastic.
May I
I'm
approach
sort
the
of
witness
covering
again, Your
it
Honor?
right here.
Yes.
It's like a circle as well.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag?
They were. I then separated them into two separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
74A, 174B.
Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
Is that a straw?
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Nico, happy 12th birthday, Libel.
175A
Congratulations.
and B.
Nico, 12. And
May I
it's a
publish
Friday.
that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Happy birthday, Nico.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Fleer, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you.
It's a massive
Gilman, you can
piece.
take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably one of the last ones found.
two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
Yes, she is the puzzle maker.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll call both the signature introduced and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 176 A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982.
One
Again,
of
makes
these
clear.
pieces is not like
I'm sorry,
the
Ms.
other.
Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves.
One of these pieces doesn't belong.
And makes clear the. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Is that the black one from the tail?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, you could look at those. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now the Commonwealth will seek to introduce them as the next
Okay.
exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'd love to seek to introduce them as the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
Does look like taillight. That black piece.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
The reason why the counter is not going up very fast
Two other photos.
is because
Do you recognize those?
83.7% of you
I do.
What do you
are
recognize
already
that?
subscribed.
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, could you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce as the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Lear, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
180A, 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
The last exhibit number,
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm also seeking to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Thank you for gifting a membership,
180A and B.
Bug Duggar. Thank you, thank you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little. Thank you very much. And Ms. Valier, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them, as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And, Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to... Thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which four of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled, and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
I don't mean to brag, but I got my tail together.
Now, if I
faster
could
than
turn your
this did.
attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. and pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your
Dr. Goodman,
examination
thank you.
of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item, 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Thanks for where you can walk out right with the jurors.
Please rise to the jury.
Okay, so this morning we had a little.
Can I see counsel for a minute, please?
This morning we had a little issue with the judge. As you all are unsubscribing. This morning we had a little issue with the judge calling out the jurors. In addition to her 3 questions she asks every day, do you all manage to make it through another 24-hour period without breaking the rules? She said, look, I need y'all to stop laughing at the evidence. I need you guys to not giggle, no faces, no looks of shock and horror at some of the things that are being presented. Apparently, from Sue O'Connor, who was watching the court. Is Connor or Connell? Sue O'Connell? Apologize, Sue. One of our court watchers, not our court watchers, one of the court watchers watching this and tweeting this live on Twitter. There are 3 jurors who were giggling during a break, and the bailiff went over and stood right before them and looked upon them disapprovingly. Probably passed word back to the judge they were giggling. Now, what does that mean? It could just mean that that somebody just told an unrelated joke and they thought it was funny. Could mean that that somebody passed gas and everyone thought it was, it could be a million things, or it could mean that they're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe a word this guy says. That would be a problem. That would be a problem. They cannot be discussing this case in any way. So hopefully, whoa, we just did it. I hit the happy birthday. We just hit 65,000. We just hit 65,000. We needed a 3 a minute ago. Now we're there. Thank you to every one of you who have put your DNA on the subscribe button. I am going to thoroughly analyze it. Let me take just a tiny break and just tell you something. in the world of YouTube, as a content creator, YouTube tells us some of the numbers that people expect and the averages and things like that. Most channels consider themselves very fortunate to have 30% of their viewers be subscribed. So actual subscribers viewing it. And a lot of them are just people who just pass through. I cannot tell you what an honor it is to have 84% of the viewers be subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that. I appreciate you putting faith in me that every day that you trust me with your timeline, so that you know that I'm going to deliver something that you want to watch again. You want to come back and see what's happening next. That means a ton to me. I hold that responsibility quite seriously, and I appreciate it. It means a ton. And holy cow, I have to get a couple of messages in now. Hold tight. Okay. Let's see. Jackie W. gifted a membership. Thank you. Deanie Mullis Driver gifted 5 memberships. Bug Dugger gifted a membership, one of many. Patricia Cisco, member for 20 months. Can't wait till you and Thomas try the snacks I sent you for future podcasts. It was awesome seeing you receive it at the post office. Yes, I have to admit, Patricia, I ate the bacon jerky. It says bacon jerky. It's just bacon. It was so good. I shared it with my son. Out and About with Diane gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Membership train ensuing. Jules04 gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Jules. Bug Dugger gifted another membership. Britt Bottoms gifted a membership. Bug Dugger gifted another membership. Bug Dugger gifted another membership. Bug Dugger, I'm not stuck. Bug Dugger gifted another membership. Angelique gifted a membership. The Other Jules says, congratulations on 65,000. Thank you, The Other Jules. Appreciate it. Kelly H. gifted 5 memberships. Tamara gifted 5 memberships. Jennifer Junipa gifted a membership. Angelique,
all right, Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you. You are unmuted.
Angelique, thank you very much for the super chat. Snowberry gifted a membership. Shark gifted 5. Oh my goodness. Where are we at? I can't even find us. Mr. Lessie, what do we...
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor, discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. Okay. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so, with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. No collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today. is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is we have on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point, and to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury, and it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them in eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
I do.
Okay.
Brennan says I do. Thank you for all your generous
Respectfully,
gifts.
Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense, and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Okay. Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time. So I gave you more leeway.
And you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
Go right ahead.
So, two items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made, we believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today. that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr. Brennan?
I appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so...
It sounds like DeBroja or whatever.
His name is DeSogra, yes.
DeSogra. You're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after...
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal...
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been. Other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the report, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right.
Change.
20 minutes.
It is a change.
No.
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
And now we get a 20-minute break. Okay, a little bit spicy here. A little bit spicy. This is a continuation of the argument that we had at the end of the day yesterday, with the Commonwealth basically saying our expert has solved the problem. We've solved the riddle that was presented by the defense and proved where they're wrong. And in doing so, we are now able to get better information about our case, which, lucky for us, helps our case. It's new. It's not a change. It's just new. And we want to now present that. It changes the timeline. It makes the timelines fit where they didn't fit before. We just had a witness on the stand who testified about using a stereo microscope to line up pieces to see if they matched, if they possibly could fit together. Details, tiny details matter in cases like this. And up till this moment, up until this information coming in from the Commonwealth, some of the pieces the Commonwealth relied on to build their case didn't fit. They now say, we've solved that. We have an answer for that. We'd like that to come in to make the pieces fit. Defense, of course, does not want these to come in. They're like 14 days into a trial, and you're changing your theory. You're changing your time of when things happened. That's why they're fighting it so vigorously. I don't understand exactly the 4 days to cure the issue. It would take. How do you cure the issue? And Mr. Alessi brought this up in his brief comments to the judge. How do you cure an issue that changes? It moves the goalposts a little bit, right? It's not the Commonwealth saying it was somebody else who did it. The Commonwealth has always said it was Karen Reed, but changing how it happened. They have built their entire case. They built their line of questioning for witnesses based on the Commonwealth's theory of events, and now changing that theory after you've already questioned a bunch of people who had interactions that can be placed on a timeline that could have potentially provided information to rebut the change that's coming in. How do you go back and say, now we recall all those witnesses because I have a question to ask them about 1232 versus 1245 versus Clock versus Lexus? It's a little bit difficult here. Okay, so I think Angela's calling in right now. Just 1 second.
Call from Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. You?
I'm fabulous. Two things happened today. We hit 65,000, and I got my tail light.
Yeah, congrats on that. Congrats on that.
I got this. Check this out. I got my tail light. I got my Lexus tail light. And it's beautiful. It's amazing to see it up close. This is an OEM tail light. And I can't wait to do some testing on it. One of the first testing I want to do is just basically match the taillight to my arm and see if I could.
How high, the height of the taillight and the length of the taillight? Is that what you want to test?
I can give you some measurements and stuff on it. Circumference. I now got my DNA. It was pristine, but now I've got my elbow DNA
That's
on
DNA.
it. Yeah, that's never coming off. But this taillight is in the best condition it will ever be in right now. We are planning to do some destructive testing on it. I can tell you right now that very, very much I can see the edge lit LEDs. If you look up, you can see the LEDs along the top edge that illuminate the whole taillight. There's no bulb. You can't look straight in. If you move the plastic, see a bulb that lights it up. It's all up at the top, and it shines down through and illuminates the plastic, a lot like fiber optics. So, just really cool.
Yeah.
Now I
it
just need
is.
the rest of the car.
Yeah, when you opened the package, I was like, oh, how many Lexus taillights were sold in 2022? Because people just wanted to test this
It
out.
did say bestseller, hot seller.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Only 6 remaining. Yeah, so.
I seriously wonder why. Well, I have, as someone who has done testing, the reason why I'm calling, and something that I have a huge problem with the Commonwealth, as someone who has done testing, and a lot of labs and experiments, and done more reports than you can count, well, even more than I can count at least. However bad the trooper poll was, he did give some very helpful information that can be used both theoretically and when recreating the accident, especially the data that he read from the car. The car data that he read, which I guess is the same kind of data, or at least the time interval, which was taken from the telematics, is 5-second interval, not the same, not the 13 or however many seconds interval is based on that new report by the reconstructionist. So it should not. It's a red flag that he's changing. Oh, 13 seconds. Oh, it's not that much. Yes, it is, considering when you see this, however bad trooper poll is, his data is, you can't change that. And you'll see clearly that the telematics records the data every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's a red flag. And I guess AJ knows that because he knows stuff like that, and he knows ARCA and other expert witnesses know that how often the telematics record data.
Right.
And 30 seconds may not be a lot when you talk like this, but when you talk about the data collection, it's huge.
Yeah. In this case particular, the seconds count, moments count, and a 30-second change. This is I disagree with Brennan. It's not change. It's new. No, it's a change. It's a change in your theory. It's a change in what you say happened when, which is key for the defense, because they're trying to prove that it couldn't have happened. First of all, that it couldn't have happened the way the state said. So you're changing the timeline. Now they have to change and prove a different theory didn't happen, and that does shift the burden back onto the defense again.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels like the new report was changed based on whatever ARCA gave them in the latest report, you know?
Yeah.
And it shouldn't have changed. Just let the jury decide which expert was more believable. Although we all know which expert was believable, but the jury may not.
Yeah. What do you think about the argument that Mr. Alessi brought up right at the end about wanting of voir dire, which the judge seems amicable to, specifically to see if there was a violation of sequestration? Because this is one court case where no one's allowed to hear anyone else, including the experts. Including the experts. They're not allowed to listen to other testimony.
Yeah, I mean, it could have that. I mean, on one hand, yeah, they could have watched the what's his name? Right. Ethan's testimony, and and whichever witness he mentioned else. But on the other hand, he did have the reports from Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, and reports, but if he did have that from before, why did he change on the May 8th?
Right.
You know,
Suspiciously update a report, and that the prosecution was surprised by the new report coming out. Whoa, hey, our expert just gave us new information. We weren't expecting that. He's already done his work. Why did he go back in and change it unless he was watching and saying, oh, man, I didn't catch that. I need to fix that.
I didn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Also, some, which is crazy. But yeah, I think they definitely either they watched or Brennan talked to them. So either way, they broke.
Either way is a problem. He can't talk to them about that. He can't talk to them about evidence.
No. And do you know, which comes next to what I have a huge problem, which actually ARCA did take it up on the voir dire, is that their PowerPoint is weird, confusing. I don't know, they use some kind of word like that, weird and confusing, which I guess goes back to they had the end result, which was Officer John O'Keefe was hit by a car and died on the lawn, and then tried to work back to prove that she did it. And that's why, all of these changes all of a sudden at the last minute are coming in, because they have the cat out of the bag and they are trying to put the cat back in the bag, Yeah. While the defense did the other way, they put the cat in the bag and let's see how the cat got out of the bag, And that's where those two clashes. That's why we have new reports constantly, because with the ARCA report that Commonwealth Reconstructionist got, he is trying to use that report to put the cat back in the bag, And he's changing stuff as he goes along, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Yep, I do. I'm super excited. I know you're better at doing scientific tests than me, but with this taillight now, I think I'm going to probably take some measurements of it. I'm probably going to use like a to find like the circumference, even though it's not a circle, the outer measurements, because I just want to see, looking at his arm. I'm as far as arms go, I'm very similar in size to John O'Keefe. I've got a few pounds on him other places, but he was 6'1", I'm 6'2". I imagine our arms are not going to be massively different as far as that, and just measuring that taillight up against my arm, looking at his arm, the highest marks, the places where the injuries occurred. Can you use a taillight from an impact that throws you? Okay, this is not like he's standing there and the car grazes by him. It has to throw him. It has to be a hit and cut. And we can see from the abrasions themselves, how much movement could have occurred between his arm while it was in contact with the taillight. Can you get that from a taillight this size? Is it possible? So we're gonna try to play around with that a little bit. I'm not sure how to film it, let alone test it, but we're gonna throw the light in the freezer, and I'm gonna hit it with my hands as hard as I can. See what happens.
Good luck with that. I wish I can watch it live, but I have some other plans tomorrow. But who knows? It depends on when you go live with this experiment. I may actually be in the party mood, as in celebrating, and watch it while you do the experiment. So yeah,
we'll figure out.
Good luck
something.
Tomorrow, however.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll
Bye
see
bye.
you. Bye.
See you. Bye bye.
I think somewhere I've got a clamp I should be able to mount this with. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. Almost broke his fist. I feel like I need to hit it. I need to feel the impact. I want to detect if I can feel it flex. I want to see what it would take to cause all those pieces to occur. Halloween costume idea: get your friend's dog and have the tail light. When done with, you can mount it in your studio and wire it up for buffer signals. I could do that. With the right equipment, I could even set it up so you guys can trigger the brake light. Kim, it is solid. I will say it's lighter weight than I expected, but on the backside, the housing is fairly shallow. I mean, there are parts where the thickness. I need to see what you guys are seeing. Sorry, there are parts where the thickness, if you look at the side here, it's pretty thin. There's a long, narrow, like a point that comes out here that doesn't have a ton of depth to it. There's an area that is mostly hollow on the back, and I'll try to show that a little better. It's just got some foam over it where the wiring goes in, the housing, but most of it does seem hollow. So I'll try to listen to this. It's some solid plastic. You're not hearing rattling. It's built very well. I can't even feel a difference between the plastics where the black and where the clear and the red come together. Right here, it's one piece of plastic. It's either fused very well or there's just the tiniest of seam there, I think. Yeah. Well, we're gonna break it. And what I can clearly see is that the red layer, the red lens that sits over the top of this, there's a gap between that, and I would estimate about a half to a 3/4 inch air gap between that and then the white or the clear lenses underneath that diffuse the light. So there's 2 layers of lenses, it looks like, on all of it. This white part feels very, very sturdy. It's quite small. That's the part that didn't break, according to my understanding. That's the reverse light. I love the little aerodynamic things on it. All right, we'll get to look at that hopefully this weekend if we can. Depends how fast it freezes. Needs at least 3 hours in the freezer. Yes, this taillight will never get to live its full potential as a functioning taillight on a Lexus 570. But we'll put it to good use. I've got to figure out the wiring harness. Does somebody know the wiring schematics? Let me just tell you really quickly. I have, the harness has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lights. Or, excuse me, 6 wires. We've got yellow, blue, red, green, black, and white. And the combination of those, if I know which one's powered and where it splits to, I'll be able to trigger the lights and we can see with the proper voltage how they light up at different points. So it's a nice taillight. I'm tempted to just keep it on my desk there if it doesn't break. Don't cut the blue one. 3 hours in the freezer, but you need to heat it back up some to compensate for the taillight warming from the inside. Not a ton, because the LED lights generate very little heat. It's not like an incandescent bulb that gets hot by being powered on. The LEDs remain really cool. Kent says, "Don't break it. Don't break it." I might run into somebody who has a Lexus who needs a taillight. There was a scratch on the inside flat gray graphite area and no saltwater drops on the inside of it after traveling 60 miles in the snow. Totally sus. Kim, yes, and for those that are curious, if you live in an area that doesn't have snow or doesn't experience this, imagine it with water. Imagine it with rain. When a car drives, it sort of punches a hole in the air, right? And so the airflow goes up and over the car. It's designed to be fairly aerodynamic, but it sort of creates a swirl behind it, and it sucks moisture around it. So sometimes rain or moisture, especially from the road that's kicked up from tires, splashes up into the air, and then it gets caught by that moisture and collects on the back of the car. If you were going 200 miles an hour in a rainstorm, you're zipping through so quickly, the rain doesn't have time to fall down and hit. It would get blown by the air coming over the car. It would never hit your back window, and it should stay dry, but it doesn't. It gets wet because this moisture gets sucked up behind the car, and you get all the road grime and the oil and the salt. If they put salt down on the roads for snowy conditions, any chemicals, that sort of comes up and washes, coats the back of your car while you're driving. That, if the taillight was broken, should have also been in the taillight. Hang on. I'm so glad I didn't sneeze on this camera because I just leaned right into that view to sneeze. But that's when they say there's no saltwater spots on the inside of the taillight after it traveling 60 miles in the snow. It should have had some of that, even if it was just the amount of salt water on the taillight from Karen driving it that night, where the plows had been out already. I realize up on a flatbed, it's going to change the aerodynamics. The moisture that gets up to that level of the car is going to be a little bit different. But just from her driving that night, if the taillight was already broken, it should have inside that taillight some of those same things. Please consider using any part of your body to make direct contact. You can wind up with years. You can wind up with years of regret. I'm not an alarmist, and I'm all about experiments, but this one was already flawed. Well, I'll start Googling one of those fake arms. All right. I'm making too much sense. I apologize. All right, you need to get out more. We'll try. We're going. Speaking of getting out, we're doing a road trip. We're doing a road trip for the 4-day weekend, and I'm taking you with me, but not to show you the trip. I will be working, covering the Karen Reed trial live from the road. We've been doing some testing. We've got some new equipment, new setups for the Starlink. We might incorporate the live view at the same time, so we'll have I'll have 4 signals from the live view and 1 from the Starlink. So I'll have 5 different connections to the internet. So it should be nice and stable as we live stream and follow court. The only difference I think will be, if I use the live view, I've got to use my switcher. If I use StreamYard, I would just be on Starlink. I don't know. We'll figure out which one we're going to do. But it might look a tiny bit different as far as the chat messages on screen and things like that. Okay. Don't forget, salt from the road may have affected the integrity of the lens. No one has mentioned the lens age or if there was salt in or around the lens, inside or out. I don't think the salt would affect this polycarbonate very much. It was a very new light. It was, so 1-year-old car. Yolanda Anderson says the bottom of the taillight on a Lexus 570 is approximately 20 inches from the ground. How far up your arm would that be? That would be hand level at best if I'm stooped. Let's see. All right, we have a little bit of a break here. The judge still has not made a decision on this issue. Last time you covered a trial remotely, you ended up apologizing to a homeless couple on the basketball court. We did. It's going to be different. This is going to be a much simpler setup. I'm not taking the pan tilt zoom, not taking the controllers that way. It's going to be laptop, maybe a single camera, and a simple mic system. I still have to work on the mic system to make sure you guys don't get road noise from the car driving, because we don't have fancy cars that are really quiet inside while we drive. So we'll figure that out. All right. Why was there no salt or snow debris in the taillight from yesterday's testimony? I would think the roads were bad. There would be something in the headlight. I believe there should be. Judge is stalling with making decisions so she can find a way to help the Commonwealth. The other jewel, she can't stall much longer because very soon, I believe even today, we're expected to call one of those witnesses. So it's here in the next couple days. She has to make a decision. DSN says to help pay for the doctor bill on your hand. Maybe I'll wrap my hands first. I'll think of a good way to test this. I'll hit it as hard as I dare without hurting my hand. How about that? I'm not a karate kid, so I can't get an MMA glove at least. Get a bone-in ham, closest thing to your arm. I think I've got a ham, but it's in the freezer. Is it a half day in court today? No. If it cracks, you'll need stitches. I appreciate you guys' concern for me. I'll definitely think this one through. I'm not planning on hurting myself in any way. How do you think the argument will end in terms of a ruling? Dog lover, I think the judge is very mindful of the defendant's rights here, and she has to weigh on this, the right of the defendant to have a fair trial, and having information change, which I think she's not going to side with Brennan on the it's not new or it's not a change, it's new. I don't think she's going to agree with him there. That is to me is an absurd argument. I think it is new. So I don't think she's going to agree that way, but I also see her wanting to let the Commonwealth fix this issue. So I don't know. It's either going to be I'll allow it, or unless you sit down, you're going to win this. P. Cooper, I told you the other day I had a bird hit my window, right, in my kitchen, and feathers stuck to the window, and I was showing the kids the feathers, and while I was showing them, they just fell off. I was thinking, how long could a hair stay on there?
Call from Angela, just to...
Angela, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I just remembered something. That guy that tried to the YouTube video that I showed, sent you the link.
Mm-hmm.
He made another video where he tried to break the taillight with his arm, but he made a cast out of an arm. Do you have any hobby stores near you? Because there's like a casting material for hobbies. And you can buy it. It costs, I don't know, here it costs for about $1 or so.
It's like a plaster arm?
Yeah, you can make like a plaster arm. It's quick to make. I made a lot of fun stuff out of it while in school.
How does that compare to ballistic? Ballistic gel.
You can maybe protect your arm, put it around your arm when you test it out, or just, making cast. It can help with, cast, because it can help to protect with protection.
Okay, I'm gonna look. Do you think Amazon has ballistic arms?
If they do, they may be way out of your price range. Because last time I looked at those stuff, those are like 100,000. I looked at the whole doll, not just arm.
Well, you can get a ballistic gel head for $45. Shooter blocks are cheap. Let's see. Ballistic gel powder, gelatin mix. I would need a cast for the arm. Put some bones in it. Where can I get some bones other than the cadavers? Like a mortician, because I don't think that's allowed.
I don't think either. Allowed and legal. Maybe you should go to your local hobby store and see what they have, and maybe you can find something.
I know I could go to, I've got a fake arm somewhere that we use for Halloween, but it just isn't the same. It's foam. I need it to be similar to a body. And I'm not worried so much about the damage it would do to the arm if we use another arm like that. I want to see if the arm can cause the damage to the taillight and if it breaks in all those pieces.
Yeah.
Amazon doesn't have them.
Also, regarding putting taillight in the freezer, you have to remember that polycarbonate is used on the material that is on Antarctica. So I doubt that will change anything regarding the taillight.
It shouldn't change it, but it would at least tell us that we're doing as best we can to match the test. I want to show you what I found. I've done some Googling here. I've got a website that looks like they might be able to help us out. It's on camera 3. Ballistic dummy gel arm.
Okay, you looked at gel arms. I looked at other real life stuff. The ones that police use.
Let's see. Shelf life is 3 to 4 weeks from the ship date. Keep in a cooled environment, 40 to 85 degrees. They're anatomically correct, complete with bones, and molded with a 20% organic gel formula. The arms can be ordered individually or as a pair. Our gel arms are typically used for explosive testing, blade testing, and even for testing with machining tools. While these are average adult-size arms, we have done custom orders with child-size arms. That's awful. Please reach out to us if you need something custom or specific. The gels are landfill safe and safely decompose if left on the ground. Simply dispose of the torso with your regular trash or bury it in your neighbor's yard. No, it didn't say that part. Be sure to tag Ballistic Dummy Lab on social media or mention us with your YouTube channel so we can like, share, and repost. You might even find yourself in a Ballistic Dummy Lab newsletter. There we go. So we've got some options when it comes to.
I mean, if we send the measurements of John O'Keefe, like we know he's like 6 foot what, and he's about 100 pounds. So if we say that we need an arm that fits this person, we may have an arm that is replica of John's.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to you, Angela, but I'm also trying to type. People are suggesting get a nurse practice IV arm.
I mean, that may be, you may get that in your local pharmacy, maybe. Oh, police helicopter.
So many options. I'm pretty sure I can get in trouble doing this if I leave the test material out on the road or something afterwards when we're done. Not just for littering, but the police might be a little curious if we have an arm on the road.
That's why we do not even,
I'll think this one over.
I think maybe using a cast that you find at your local hobby store may be a safe option. Or plaster, I mean.
Angela, thanks for the ideas. You've got my brain thinking about what we can do to save my hand, but still perform a test.
Yeah.
So.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Which waste bin do you use for the used ballistic arm? I think it's in the green waste, the recycling. They said it was biodegradable. I think we're back in court. Hold up. The camera just moved, so we might be coming back very soon. We have a partial face only fan. Oh, let's see. How did the scratches go so far up John O'Keefe's arm? Yolanda, I want to do some better testing where I actually put some ink on the parts of the car or some sort of paint on the parts of the car that show the outline of where the taillight was broken, and basically roll it around on my arm to try to see if I can get my arm to get paint in the areas where he was injured. Because it has to match up. It has to fit somehow, right? Don't think the plaster is going to meet the realistic arm. No, I don't think it would either. His arm would definitely have to break. I can't see how it wouldn't, and the ME didn't find any signs of broken bones. The fire department test dummies are generally for CPR, and a lot of them have no arms. I'm looking for the other part of that test dummy, just the arm part. I don't need the torso. leg of lamb with hosiery over it. It's sort of like a meat tenderizer if you look at it right, and you could throw it on the smoker afterwards. Don't roll too much. The contact was probably milliseconds. According to my research, the contact was like 0.1 seconds is how long John's body and the car were in contact with each other at the speed that the Commonwealth says this occurred at. That's very, very quick. What I'm saying is that's so fast that John, even trying to jerk his arm out of the way or move in some sudden way, would only have time to make a very, very tiny adjustment to the position of his arm in that time. Yeah. Safe option is don't do it. Have you thought about affecting the integrity of the trial? Peter, lawyer says he knows lawyers are watching YouTube crime channels. If anything I do, I don't reach out to courts. I don't. I have been named in court. I have been admitted as evidence. Screenshots of my channel have been admitted as evidence. I've been named in motions and things like that. We are what we are. And we're the public watching. And if we come up with something or you come up with something on the channel that is of interest or of use to either side, it is what it is. I'm not trying to interject myself in any way. And plenty of people have done tests with the taillight. I don't think it's a problem.
Court of session, please be seated.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Tori, casserole.
All right, so Mix Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please. Okay. Thank you.
Like I just did for the first time.
Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
And then there she moves her mic. Then she moves her mic like 2 feet away.
Mix Valera. We talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
Two pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with two pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those four pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Mix Valera, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So one piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with one piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those two pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Ms. Valier, with reference to items 7.8, 7.9, and 7.16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those three items?
So two pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, one piece from item 7-9, piece A, and one piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Valier, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you could, please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, call them to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to any?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
182, A, and C.
I'll be careful, guys. Be careful.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. And Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself.
Okay, so that's upside down.
Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
What?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150.
There were taillight pieces that didn't fit with the rest?
And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown, and on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
He's missing this.
And is this the
white chunk?
Mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found at 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18, is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds, and I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Yannetti clears things up here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1, am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1, am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
I'll allow it. When you were made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct, or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction, yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from One Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at One Meadows Ave in Canton?
Sustained.
In any case, you'll agree with me there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass, though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now,
no
your
bulbs.
lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange T-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17?
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, the chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who. With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Brennan doesn't like this at all. We're going to find a gap in the chain, a missing link, so to speak, a missing link in the chain of custody. But we're probably going to find a name as well if we go back far enough. So, great work by Mr. Yannetti. The foundation he laid made each next question logical and acceptable. So we got all the way through the chain of custody and how a chain of custody should look and why you do it and everything else. And the fact that you keep one, and now we're backing up and using the expert who's just talked about the importance of the chain of custody to look at what happened to the pieces before they came to her. And we're pin the tail on the proctor is what we're playing right now. It was Lally that objected, sorry.
have that with you now, Mr.
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Manning.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period?
Sustained.
Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Objection, strike out.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Manning.
Jury heard that.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Manning. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lilly, or are you all set? I'm not curbing it.
No. Very good.
Mr. Blair, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have. I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lucia, you are all set. All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I am told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, that is That's great news for me.
Yeah.
It's even better news for Mrs. R.A. because now she has me for the rest of the afternoon to repair the bathroom. And we're about ready to hang the drywall. So, all right. We're gonna sit here for just a second and see if we get any audio. I'd love to see the judge make a decision here. Hold tight here. It's Friday.
You may be seated.
Here we go. We're coming back.
So before we recess, I appreciate the council provided me
There's a
with the
ruling?
information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated in what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination. Certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well. So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief like next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, before we go, I want to show you something. There was a clip that went, I guess you could say it made the rounds, that we listened to court the other day and we heard a word we thought was casserole. It rhymed with casserole. And I said that it sounded to me that the judge said it under her breath. And I said that based on a couple things. Specifically, first of all, I'm not going to sum up what just happened quite yet. I'm going to wait for a second because I personally I'm a little bit mad at the judge. I think that was a terrible ruling. Commonwealth got everything they wanted just now. I said that I thought it was the judge, and I thought it was the judge for one reason. Specifically, she was frustrated with Mr. Alessi, Yannetti, I forget which one she was saying it to. She was frustrated with him and said he had just finished saying he could come to the sidebar and was getting up, and she had moved to right where her mic was. And some people were like attacking me like, no, she'd moved away from the mic. It wasn't her. I want you to watch this very carefully. All right. This is a clip that just barely happened from when she came back from the last break. She came back from the last break, and watch what she does. And we're going to listen as well.
All right, so Mix Valera, I'm going to ask.
Okay, she's just moved her mic to be directly in front of her. Ready?
Ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay, great advice. Speak into your microphone, right? Speak right into your microphone when you answer. That would be great. Now watch the microphone currently, in its current position, is pointing straight at the judge. Watch what happens next.
Yeah. Thank you.
Judge grabs the mic.
All right.
Boom. Where does she put it? She moves it far off to the right and up. In this new position, which is her default position during court. Okay? During court. When she's now going to talk.
So Lally, go right ahead.
This is how we hear her. Okay? Mr. Lila, how we hear her just fine. The mic is pointed up and to her right. So when she gets up and starts moving off to sidebar and mutters under her breath, it's like she's speaking right into the mic. And if she says, casserole, then we're going to hear it. We're going to hear it. That's why I think there's a good chance that that was, in fact, the judge. It wasn't Miss Little. There's no way she was going to say that. I don't think it was prosecution. They didn't appear to have the mics close enough to them to catch a whisper like that. It sounded like the judge. And that's a problem. That's a problem for me. So anyway, that's that. Now let's go back to what just happened. There has been argument for 2 days over this new information, the timeline change that the Commonwealth is trying to introduce. The judge ruled that she was not persuaded by the defense, that their argument that this was a change that would require extra time for them to prepare for and cross-examine and, go over with their experts and everything else. She's like, I'm not buying it. So it's coming in. And not only that, Mr. Alessi's argument about the Rule 14 violation, she says, I don't see it. I don't see this as a violation. There are exceptions for evidence that just turns up at the last minute. Okay, we've been some of that evidence in court before. I think of the burn pit trial. Some things just turn up during trial, and you had nothing to do with it. So I can see that is a possibility. I think the defense probably needed to make a stronger argument with cause, with some evidence to say, we think this witness has been watching the trial, and this is why. And just the suspicion that, like, hey, isn't it just odd timing? That wasn't enough. So that part, the no voir dire, I don't like it. But if that were a standalone decision and there wasn't anything else related to that decision, I would be okay with that on its own. But because it came in this batch of bad decisions, I'm not okay with it. I think it's terrible. I think it's a bad call. This is terrible for the defense. It matches up timelines. It's terrible for Karen Reed. It matches up the timelines so that the pieces fit together better. And when the pieces fit together better, it becomes very logical to see that it is how it happened, and that's what the jury's trying to look at. It's also harder to say there's an alternate theory of how we got there. Kyle, this is R.A. Thanks for the call. What's on your mind today?
Hey, I just wanted to bring up one point that I noticed yesterday, and I don't know if it was just me or the way he said it, but when you listen to Brennan's argument yesterday at the very end of the day, the very first time he gets up to argue it, he mentions that he had talked to his experts regarding this timing issue, but then in like a couple sentences later says that he was so surprised by this report that came.
Let me look. Was that the end of the day you said?
Yeah, end of the day yesterday when Brennan was making his first argument. So I think Alessi went first because it was his motion, and then Brennan did his first, regards to the motion.
Just like that, I've got it pulled up right now. I think we're right there. I love this replay machine. I'm not sure if you can hear this or not.
Issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that...
We're listening to it right now. I'm not sure if you can hear this, Kyle.
I want to phrase this properly.
I got it up on YouTube also.
Were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field.
It takes forever to get to his point.
An issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review and to prepare and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof.
Okay.
The
Tell us about
Commonwealth
the
has
evidence.
an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence
There's
of
still-
the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th, and we did not have a chance to look
going
at
over
it
the
until May
timeline.
9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of the material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks.
He's got a long little speech he gives here, but I'll have to look for that and see what he says specifically about how he received this information. I think it might have been before this. Let me go.
Yeah, I just pulled up your live stream yesterday from part 2. It was at 2 hours and 17 minutes approximately is when it started.
Okay, I think it's here. Just one second.
Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock.
Is it the clocks are different part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. And if you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38.
I'm sorry, it just gets me. Mr. John O'Keefe's phone, his iPhone, always ran late. You know who is more mad about that than anybody else? Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is rolling over in his grave saying, "You said what? That my phone runs late?" They get their time from the satellites. Unless you heavily go in and manipulate the phone and try to configure it to be at your own time, I don't buy that at all. But yeah, Apple's like, oh heck no, they don't. All right, Kyle, I'm gonna have to listen to that later and get to it. There was a lot of argument on this very topic. And I do recall something about that, about him saying that we talked to our expert and we weren't expecting the report, but he gave it to us. I'm wondering if them talking to the expert could be deemed a violation if they say, What about this timestamp? Because so-and-so testified this. That's a sequestration violation.
Yeah. I'll have to go back and see if I can find the exact timestamp for you.
Yeah, I'm working off a different. I've got a continuous feed of all of court that I can rewind through from all the days. So it's a different timestamp on my replay machine, but I don't actually play it off YouTube. It's a hard drive, NAS storage, where it's all located. But thank you very much, Kyle. Appreciate that. And thanks for being patient too.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's see. He did go hard about any chit chat when Ark was up there. Want all the text messages and everything. The problem was the judge had already found a violation that gave him sort of like authority and almost a mandate to dig that hard into ARCA at that point. And the problem is defense does not have that going forward right now. They don't have a violation that the judge has found involving the Commonwealth and this new witness, Sorgi or whoever his name is, to base their aggressive questioning on. But the judge did, in that ruling, the judge did say this opens it up for ample cross-examination. She hasn't said, she didn't use the terminology quite as strongly as she did when she allowed the Commonwealth to go into aggressive questioning in ARCA's case. When ARCA gets, you're going to see some incredible cross from the Commonwealth from ARCA, about ARCA. My coworkers and I did the set an alarm experiment today. Guess what? They all went off at the same time. Apple and iPhones used. That's because they use a satellite. I'm a senior support level 4 advisor. Apple, I can give you my expert opinion that Brennan lied in court. Says nothing like it. There we go. At Apple. Yeah, nothing like, obviously you're not speaking for Apple there, but personal experience. The way the phones work, okay? Every time you receive a call, every time you get text message, every time it connects to a cell tower, there's a timestamp. There is data that is chronologically anchored, and a record is kept, and the time is kept by like a master system. And if there is drift, those are connections, those reconnection, those updates, those update the time, and it fixes itself. So if it goes 1/100th of a thousandth of a second off, it resets itself frequently. That the whole, his iPhone was 30 seconds slow. Nope. Not speaking for Apple, just my daily experience. Yeah, I hear you there. I'm with you on that one. Look for a message from Amber before I go. Buffer. Got another call. Hang on.
Call from? Nothing like it?
Nothing like it. We can put a voice to the name now. How are you doing?
Call from?
You might have to turn your volume down, though.
Hi there.
How are you doing?
I did. There you go. I'm pretty mad. I'm fuming right now. There's smoke coming out of my head. Especially after hearing him say that again.
I can see it from here. What? Spell it from your angle. Spell out the problem with what Mr. Brennan said.
Well, there's a few problems. One that you've already pretty much explained, how the phone keeps the time. Number two, iMessage would not work if your time was off. It would never work. That's one of the first troubleshooting steps. If your iMessage isn't working, is make sure date and time is correct. Go from there, and everything else comes after that. Oh, well, updates, but
right.
Everything comes after. So his iMessaging would not be working.
And
he wouldn't be getting messages.
We have his
he
messages.
He wouldn't be able to make a message. Sorry?
We have his messages. They've been admitted.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you look at the times between her messages and his messages throughout that entire day, you see the times are pretty much matching. There is no lag in his time. And plus his iMessage is working. I mean, he just lied. He flat out lied, and that judge just does not care. Does not care.
That's crazy.
And he does it over and over.
That's crazy.
I'm really upset right now.
Maybe they'll fix it somehow. We'll let defense. Maybe defense will just go. Maybe they're waiting, right? Maybe defense is sitting there and just letting the prosecution put these arguments out there so they base their theory on it, and then they're going to just come in and smash them with facts.
Well, that's my hope, because I was watching the video about the key cycle. I don't know if you've seen it. The 1162 cycle that she's a accident reconstructionist. I think I sent you her name.
Yeah.
And she went over exactly how the 1162 cycle from Trooper Paul was completely incorrect. That cycle was actually when they pulled the car out to take it to Canton. Yeah, because it did a 3-point turn, and then and you can see it in the video. They do like a little rev in the snow because it was really deep.
Yeah.
And in that snow for, I don't know, just a few seconds. But that key cycle matches up with the 3-point turn and the tire spinning and possibly registering 20 miles an hour or something like that. That's what she kind of, said on that video. And that would blow them out of the water.
Yep.
I think.
Nothing like it. You and I are both mad together. We can be mad about the same thing this weekend.
Yes.
The judge.
Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful trip.
Thank you.
Stay
Next
safe,
weekend.
and please,
Next weekend.
please don't hit it. Don't do it.
It is a nice looking taillight. I feel bad breaking it, but thank you. Nothing like it. Good talking to you on the phone. Appreciate it.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Just got some breaking news through Twitter. A manhunt is underway in New Orleans, and we're doing a quick check. 11 inmates just broke out of jail, some of them facing murder charges. So we might do a quick pivot. 11 seems like a lot as far as a breakout goes. 11 is a lot. So let me do a quick check on what is available. If we have information, we might see and follow this, because this is definitely not good. We want to get as much information as possible. But let's see. I'm not sure if New Orleans has available scanners. What county is New Orleans in? Is it Orleans Parish? New Orleans PD. It's in Orleans County. I'm not seeing a public scanner available for that. It's raiding men in New Orleans, and now we're going on manhunt. Kent, you can get the scanner? Are you local there? Check Louisiana. We have covered manhunts in the past. Specifically the Cavalcante manhunt. But that was just one person. Looking to see if there's a statewide. Turn that off. It keeps skipping as I bump it. Oops. Go back. Give me a second. I've got Orleans Parish, but that's about it. Look at mod chat and DMs. Thank you, Amber. Just one second. Let me pull that up here. Well, we have scanner going. Okay. I think I've got scanner going properly in mod chat. Showing 0 listeners on this, and the feed is offline. So we'll see if anything happens. Miranda says, keeping a close eye on this. I live here. My husband said the scanner in his office, I swear, every time he turns it up a little bit, doesn't remember to turn it back down. Give me a heart attack. One was captured already. Maybe he'll roll over on the others and say where they're going. Are you wearing your orange prison breakout hoodie? We do have a prison breakout hoodie available on our channel from the Cavalcante days. Armed and dangerous. Some of them were charged with murder. I can't play the radio station. Let me see if we can get a couple things pulled up for you really quickly, though. Just do a little digging to see if we can see where the area of interest is. I'll put a hold on my ballistic arm order. Just 1 second here, we'll get you some info. Just logging into Flight Radar to give us some overview of what's happening. All right, let's take a look and see if we can see what's going on down in New Orleans right now. Just we're going to be watching for police helicopters specifically. Here's Louisiana, New Orleans area, a lot of air traffic. Look over here. This immediately jumps to mind right here. We've got a couple helicopters that are up. Look like could be police. See where they're flying back and forth from. Not seeing any search patterns on any of these. These are sort of direct flights. So it might not be them. Robinson R-22, that's not going to be one either. That's just a little personal little bubble in the air. That might be an R-44, actually. Don't know my helicopters. Okay. We are done for the day. We're just doing a quick check. Does anyone know where the let's see, where the prison's located or how they escaped? Was it from a work detail or? Well, from the Justice Center. They escaped from the Justice Center. It occurred during a routine head count this morning. So I'm not sure where the Justice Center is, but I'm guessing it's probably something a little more central than out here in the marsh. Let's do a quick check of the small planes in the sky to see if there are any that are sort of providing some overwatch. Baton Rouge is a ways away. Let's see, New Orleans, probably going to be downtown somewhere. Head for the river, possibly. They escaped the Orleans Parish Jail overnight. Josh, thanks for the update. The Karen Reed trial ended abruptly, a little bit early today. We're done for the day. We've got 2 in custody now. Angelique sent a map to the burner. Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, Amber, let's see if I can get this to work properly. See if we can get some audio here from the scanner. Your super close is in the top left. Let's do this. Shut this one down. So the Justice Center should be up in this area. Shut down this ad. Don't need that right now. Sent you a pin to mod chat. Thank you, Amber. Okay. Okay, so the Justice Center should be right here. Let's see, actually right here in the middle of our screen. That is a crazy intersection. Good grief, look at that. That's a spaghetti bowl if I've ever seen one. So if that's our center, zooming out, sort of like right next to downtown New Orleans, not a lot of police activity going on, which means if they knew where somebody was and they were hiding out, we would get a helicopter in the sky, we would get some sort of police watch. But if they escaped this morning, they really could be, anywhere in this area. Let's see if we've got something up here. There's Air Med. Don't think they'd go south to the ocean. All right, looks like we're not getting any audio worth listening to, so we might have to pass on this one and just keep updates as they happen. But 9 still remaining. Is it Shark Week? Hopefully not. Spaghetti Junction, that's terrible. It's a bit northwest of the French Quarter. It's located between Gavier and Padero Streets. I didn't spell that, didn't say that right, but that's right down in here. There's Gavier, there's Padero. So it's right in this block. That's where they're lost. Got some scanner, hang on. It's quiet. There's a sheriff's office. The central lockup is right here, so I'm guessing this is going to be it. This is the New Orleans Parish Criminal District. I think it's funny that they call it that, because that's where they escaped from. But right in that area. Sheriff's office, the central lockup, the criminal district, work release, and earn that body right next door. Turn on the hybrid map.
97, no.
Bravo 97.
27.
Why am I on free? Hang on, I need to log in really quickly. You guys don't need to see this. All right, there we go. Now we're on silver. We got a little bit better stuff here. Where's my map player? Lost it. I don't know where it is. Down in the settings at the bottom. It's been a while since I've used this one. There we go. You want a mix of hybrid. There's traffic court right here. New Orleans Violations Bureau. And crime is big business down there. There's the Justice Center. There's the lockup. This might be it. The jail right here. This is it has the structure of a jail. With this road nearby, if they had help, it would be pretty easy to get up to that road and get out of there and be long gone. Private owners. Nobody in the air really. That's looks like they're looking for anyone. So, all right. With that, we're going to probably say we're going to call it a weekend then. I'm going to give Miss R.A. the great news that we can get to work on the bathroom. Looks like we stayed at an Airbnb a mile away from the Justice Center. That's too close. That's too close. All right. The weekend is upon us. It looks like we're done for the day. There's no more court. We're gonna wrap things up, and I'm gonna start working on the bathroom a little bit. I'm so excited to be done, and the end is in sight now. The end is in sight. So, oh no, Recovery Addict, my DM request. What's your DM request? I miss it? I thought you sent me a pin for where the map was. Well, over here. Ooh, oh. Please do thoughts and prayers. I ask for Britta Aller. Her dad just found out she has stage 4 pancreatic liver cancer. Oh, Britta, I am so sorry. If you can please put in a prayer and thoughts for Britta Aller and her dad, just finding out the stage 4 in cancer. I am so sorry. With that, we'll say, Britta, I'm so sorry. We'll definitely add you to our prayers. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning. Thank you, everyone, who made it possible for 65,000. That is awesome. Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day. Go bathrooms. Yay. We'll see you.
Because he's the guy.